Hello. Did my brush go walking off on me? Let's adjust something really quick because it looks really blown out. Knock the gain down a hair more. There we go. That was my ankle. Just doing something really quick, sorry. Hope anybody out there watching's having a good weekend. We have snow. The only real change I made to the kit was I used a Academy tailgate so I could get the AM General tailgate on it, which it needed. That and the Panzer Art tires. I just do not like how the Italeri plastic tires look. They've changed them on newer models these days. But since this is the Tamiya Reeboks from '89, it still had the original plastic style tires. Who's with us? Hi, Ellie. You getting in your box? Good girl. Good girl. There you go. But I also printed out another set of the wider Michelin wheels for the LAV R. Be starting that once I get the wash down on this. Because I also have an LAV C2 on the way. It's got the wider wheels, but it doesn't have the right exhaust for it. For the vehicle that's represented by the decals, because it has the markings for Death Star on it, and that had the shrouded exhaust. That being the case, I may use the older wheels from this kit on that one. And just backdate it slightly so it matches up. Because I can't find STL files for the shrouded exhaust. Most of this is unpainted because I'm going to do some work with that after I dull coat it. same with the fuel cans. Right now I'm just trying to establish the base paint itself. Put these off to the back here, let them dry. And then we'll start on the LAV. Here I am dropping shit again. I need these. And I need this. Hey, George. Move this out of the way. Welcome in. Allie, I'm gonna scoot you back a little bit, okay? You okay with that? Huh? There you go. Beep, 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 beep. There. So, pick this up. I might put these two with the fuel truck and put these with the 998. Don't know yet. The thing that's got me kind of, you know, arg is I wanted to have the back doors on this open, but I can't find enough images of the interior to properly fit it out. So, yeah. And just like the regular LAV that we built a few months ago, I'm going to go through, make sure I've got everything that needs to go on the inside done first, and then we'll glue the upper and lower body halves together. I don't think there's a lot that needs to be done on this one by comparison. I'm not seeing any open windows, anything like that. Come here, you. Just need to check for holes that need to be drilled first, which I don't think there are any. Because I really dislike trying to glue these together once all the bits are on the outside. Yeah, it looks like the only thing that needs to go inside is a pin for the crane. We're going to be fixing the crane into position. We're not going to be making it movable. Or if I do, I can just insert a magnet. Nippers, X-Acto, glue. Hands tight, yep. Snow still falling. Uh-huh. You guys hear me okay? Got a bit of an ejector pin mark here. Get a better mating surface that way. So yeah, it looks like we're going to be doing a series of LAVs as well. Because I've got the command and control one on the way. And I may do that up as an older one. I've got an interesting picture of one I'd like to recreate. And then after that, there's 3 others I can order. The anti-tank, the mortar, and the air defense. And hell, I've done all these Humvees, I may as well do the same thing with LEVs, right? What I may do for this, it'll be a different kind of display base. I might do it like it's on a public display. Just like have the crane up with a American flag and a Marine Corps flag on a weighted line, and then maybe a table out in front with some weapons on display, kind of like you'd see at an air show or any kind of other military appreciation event. I'll think on that. Because I also like to make these a little dirty, and they wouldn't have a dirty one at a public show. Nor would it be cluttered with gear. If I do that, maybe I would do it with the mortar one, because that has most of the interior. And if I'm going that far, I may as well order the engine for it and have the hood open too, because it's already halfway open. That way with the mortar one, I could do, you know, the engine bay open and the interior with the top open, and have like one of those platforms with the steps that people can get up. And that is the wrong rear end. That's for the regular LAV. I don't need that. It's just an extra part in the kit. You okay, girl? Yeah. That was my little Mewer. Oh, she's giving me kisses. Good girl. This fit perfectly. If that was too small for or too big for somebody, they glued something together wrong. I read a review that somebody did on this, and they said this was too big by 2 millimeters, so like it was sticking out like that. On I'm thinking they got something glued together wrong then. Because aside from the typical seam right here, it's fitting perfectly. Sometimes I wonder if some people even build the same kit that I do. This over a little bit so I'm more comfortable. It is rather quiet on here again today, though. Shh! Stop being so loud. You might wake up the cat. Come on, y'all are being too loud again. As I said, another set of printed wheels for us. Come on, camera, be nice today. No? Okay, there it goes. Need this sprue. And I want to see if I can get the squat on this a bit better, because unlike the standard LAV, this has a big ass winch in the back and some hydraulic stuff, which causes it to sit lower in the rear. Okay, so that isn't broken. Good. For a second there, I thought it was. Sorry, just checking something out. How you doing, Major Havoc? Welcome in. This trying to remember which size tube I used. Let me turn this down a little bit. Trying to remember which size tube I used for the resin wheels to fit it to this. It was this one, because it fits there, but it also fits over that. And then on the back, I had to use rod cut to length. I just wish I could have found just a few more comprehensive photos of the interior. But I couldn't. I would have scratch built one if I could have. Oh, a few streams back we were also able to add a working donation link to the YouTube side. So if you're watching the video, you'll see links to the Twitch and I think Instagram. There's also a donation link there now if you care to contribute. Makes it so you don't have to sign up at Twitch. You can just contribute via PayPal. Allie got down. I think she heard somebody open up a can of food. Is everybody else doing okay? Is chat not working on the Twitch side? I saw George said hey, but nobody else has come in and said hey. I've got it set to view all. Let me bring up a window and see. Yeah, it's working fine here. Okay. Everybody's just quiet today. Meow. And I also ordered in a half-track, a 251C with rocket mortars. It's on the way on eBay. So that'll be a more involved build as well. I ordered the dragon one. The Tamiya one seemed a bit too simplified. That, and I wanted to oh, that's right. I wanted to correct something I made the mistake of years ago. Because I tried building this kit once before. A25. And through 3 or 4 moves had lost a lot of the bits. Nope, the dragon one. Even better. Because from what I remember, the Tamiya one is still based on their old kit, not their newer one. So it's got a lot of issues with it. Oh, I know. I've built one in the past. I've unfortunately lost many models over the years. And I actually enjoyed building that kit. The tracks are fiddly, but they are so nice when they're done right. I mean, if I can assemble the Trumpeter 72nd scale FAMO tracks and have them workable, I don't think the 251 tracks will be any issue. They're about the same size. A16. Their half-track kits overall are actually very nice. Personally, I say they're better than the AFV Club one. And my reasoning for that is actually very simple. AFV Club over sharpens details that don't need to be that sharp. Look at the tread plate on the floor. Dragon got it right. AFV Club got it too defined. I'm not gluing these on yet because I still want to get these back ones on, and it's easier if you can move them around a bit. Tweezers, where did they go? I could have sworn I had them out on the surface here. There they are. So I didn't want to glue these to the A-arms because they're just too fiddly to get in themselves. As you can see, it keeps popping out. And again. That on there, that on there. And you. In there. And I think these ones gave me the same trouble on the regular one I built. Go in there. There we go. And it fell right out. It is. It's an older kit, but it checks out. And actually, for all the hell that other people give them, they're honestly excellent representations. And it's from around 2007, so you got to give it a little slack for its age, but it really is a nice model. The only real issue with their LAV kits I've seen is any of the ones they give you with the wider tires are too wide. if you look, there's one square, two squares, one square, two squares. Oh, on the tread, if the focus wants to focus. There we go. But you see how it's one square, two squares, one, two. They have two, three, two, three, so they're wider by a square. So in this case, yes, I recommend replacing with resin. Or aftermarket, or printing your own, whichever have you. I printed my own. For this kit, though, they gave you the original style early tires. They're fine. They look like they should, they just don't have the Michelin markings. And I wanted beefier tires on this one. I found some pictures of these with the wider tires and the older exhaust. There. See, once you do it 4 times, you get it done pretty well, and you can lock it in pretty quickly. It's just doing it 4 times. I kind of remember this assembly being a lot simpler on the Italeri kits, but Italeri never did the recovery one. They did everything else but that. They did the mortar, anti-tank, C2, standard gun version, but they never did the recovery one. What I've noticed in a lot of Italeri reissues recently, especially the yellow boxes.
Said the only wide wheel LAV I built is the real model's Canadian Coyote conversion set. LAV do, however, have a pair of the ASLAB versions in the stash.
I'm just doing strictly American ones. I don't want to get too crazy. I just remember back in the 90s, I was on Kaneohe Marine Corps Air Station, and right down from the bungalow we were staying in was their motor vehicle maintenance department. And I went walking by with my camera one day, and one of the vehicle techs was like, "Hey, you want to come take some pictures?" I'm like, "Sure," because he saw I had my camera. We were visiting my brother. This is back before I joined up in the Air Force. And they had an LAV C2 sitting there all opened up. He just said, "As long as you don't take pictures of the interior, you're fine." I'm like, "Okay, just close the doors." Meanwhile, I can go online and find pictures of the interior now. But back in '93, because if I remember right, this thing entered service in '86-ish. So back in '93, it would have still been relatively new, and, you know, got to keep some things kind of classified. But the one thing I did notice is that It was in yeah, it was in a red desert scheme. I remember it being sand, so it was kind of like this in camo, right? It was like kind of like that. And I found a picture of one. Give me a second. And this is only the second time I've seen this on an LAV C2. But there's a large, what appears to be compressed air cylinder on the side of the vehicle above the exhaust. And minus the antenna, this is almost the vehicle that I saw. I'll show you the picture here in a sec. Yeah. So that's got a big frame antenna on it. So I kind of want to do one like that. So yep, that'll fit right in. Okay. Let's get the rest of the drive line in the rear. And we're going to try cobbling together some figures because I want to have somebody sitting in the crane controls on this. And I have a couple different lower torsos of seated figures. And I want to see if I can make something from that to put in it. And then if I do, we'll have to figure out what I can have it, what I can have it doing, like what's it lifting. After these, probably next year, I might move on to doing some BTR series. Trumpeter's got a nice set of those. They got interiors in them. Not a lot, but enough that if you open the doors, there's something to look at with what little light gets in there. And I'd love to get their Strela 10 kit. I forgot they released one. I thought the only one out there was the skiff version. Turns out I was wrong. Not the first time. Yes, you do. Just that slight yeah. It's my Saturn II. I'm printing out another set of these tires and some antennas for the C2 that I get. But it's not going to be here for a couple weeks, so I've got time to finish this. Come on. Go to your hole. I hear they're excellent compared to the old Dragon ones from the 90s. And don't get me wrong, the Dragon ones were good for the time they were made. You know, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with them. Some minor detail things here and there, but they were good kits out of the box. shoot, that means I got a strong mic because that thing's like 6 feet that way. And it's got a sound absorbing camera tent between it. Yeah, when possible, I like to print my own parts. Just certain things I do, there's not a lot available. I don't mind supporting the garage kit manufacturers if I need something, but if I can find good wheels for 15 bucks and print them at home, I'm not paying the 30 to 40 plus shipping for your average wheel set. You know? Not anymore, anyway. What I really like, and I still can't find, is the muzzle brakes for a Gepard A2. And some of the other ancillary little bits on the side, like the steps by the smoke dischargers. Because I've got all the resin stuff from rcpanzer.de. I just need to finish it up. And it's not the new Hio one, it's the old Tamiya one.
At Panzer Cat 7854 said yes. Back in the 90s they used to be the only VTR kits in town. Thankfully Trumpeter had mastered just about every Cold War vehicle.
Yeah, some of them it wouldn't hurt if they went back and tidied them up. Like the LAVs, they are really nice, but you can see a little bit of crudeness here and there on it. Just a bit of cleanup, maybe a freshen up on the molds, throw in some interior parts that are a bit more vehicle specific. You'd have a lot of happy customers.
Panzer Cat 7854 said I'm kinda hoping that they will one day do all the engineering vehicles.
I almost, it's in my watch list, but I almost bought the LAV R, the amphibious assault vehicle recovery version. I really don't want to go down that rabbit hole. There's not too many different versions if you don't count the life extension program ones, like the Rams RS and stuff like that. Hi, Marmar. Thought I heard a meow. Come here, Marble Boy. You want lap? No lap? Okay. He's just gonna stand down here and meow at me until I pet him. What, buddy? Yeah, TACOM kind of beat him to the M9 Ace. Marmar. Come here. Okay, I'll give you pets. There you go. Yes, you have the pets now. Come on. He's about as smart as a bag of hammers, but he's a good cat. So this one's here. Hey, look at that. I picked up the right one first try. I know I have a seam here to clean up. It's not going to be that hard. I'm not even going to worry about sanding it. I just have to use some surfacer and give it a light scrape. They do, but just not in the market for anything they're making right now. The only kit of theirs I really wouldn't mind getting is the Sergeant York. And that's only because I know where there's 2, maybe 3 sitting in a field waiting to be shot up by the Air Force. They're in storage. They're not out on the range actively yet. But yeah, there's 2 or 3 of the prototype hulls with the turrets waiting to be shot up just down south of where I live. One major change I'm going to make on this, though, I call it major, others call it nothing. They give you the molded shield here, and then you're supposed to put photo etch over top of it for the exhaust. I actually want to make the exhaust tube that goes in here, and then put the photo etch over it. So I'm going to carefully cut this off and use it as a form to form up the photo etch pieces. But I'll use its length to make the actual exhaust tube. That was cool seeing that at Bovington. The other prototype. I'm glad they keep it running too, so it can come out from time to time. This goes here. Because my fat fingers are going to fumble this crazily. So aside from the tie-down stuff, that's step 1 and 2 taken care of. these two down here so I don't mix them up. And this is what's going to make it difficult to sag the ass of this thing. Unless I get creative. I really don't want to cut these and shorten them. But since these are at a set height, but maybe I can just cut the pin off the back. Since it won't be as visible. It doesn't have to sag the rear end a lot, just enough. But these are for the front. Or I may not try and sag it at all because I'd still have to move this third set of wheels, and that would take a lot more, so I might be screwed. After I get these front shocks glued on, we'll have to take a quick break. We'll come back and remove the excess wash off the Bushmaster Hummer and flat coat it. And while that cures, we'll go back to this. No, the only reason I know that the Sergeant Yorks are down there is I had a buddy who worked security forces, and one day he was sent down there to do some guard duty, and he sent me a picture going, "What the fuck are these?" Because he, you know, the turrets look really weird. They didn't look like your standard tank turret. And I'm like, ooh, those are from a failed anti-aircraft vehicle. And he's like, what? I'm like, yeah, rumor has it shot a porta potty instead of the target.
At Jeff Wall's retraining door,
Hey Jeff, how's it going?
smiley face emoji. At Pensier Cat 7854 said hi Jeff, grinning cat with smiling eyes emoji.
Come on. Fit like you mean it. Maybe a little bit of glue will help. Yep. I'm just glad everything on this kit lines up really well.
Said yes, it's an urban myth that it engaged the fan and before the potty, mistakenly thinking it was a helicopter cat with tears of joy emoji.
Supposedly. I mean, it was a radar-guided twin 40mm system. I've never seen anything to corroborate it. That's always the same story I've heard, too. But it's just funny that everybody else within NATO at the time had developed something similar. You had the Gepard, you had... well, we had the Duster as well, which... honestly, the Sergeant York was essentially going to become a more complicated Duster. It was the same gun system, really. 40mm is a 40mm. So it's still in use today. They just wanted it on the M60 chassis, or M48 at the time. But then we suddenly stopped, and shortly before that, because I think it was in use in Vietnam, we had the Duster and we had the M163. Or was that shortly after Vietnam? I never checked the dates on that shit. But I've heard stories of the Duster and the VADs being extremely effective against ground troops. You had the Gepard, you had the ZSU-23. I think the Russians even had their own twin-barreled anti-aircraft vehicle as well. Weird-looking thing that it was. And we need new musics. Give me 1 second. Try that one. But I think it would have been interesting to have seen a battlefield populated by Sergeant Yorks and M60A2s and further developed Sheridans before they just said, that's enough. Yeah. And who is it that does the newest version of the 23? Is that TACOM or was that RFM? Either way, online they're asking stupid money for it. Okay. Alright, I've got those on. So I need to take a break real quick, go use the restroom. And when I come back, we will clean the wash off of this, flat coat it, and then start the next steps on the LAV. So I'll be right back.
Cat 7854 said Ming did a pretty decent Shalika, but the tracks are bad.
Alright, we're back. Let me get some Q-tips. Let's get this back out so I can just use the... My brain ain't working. Use the thinner, the mineral spirits. Yeah, Meng's kits to me can be a mixed bag. the few that I've looked at and built, it's like they're just on the verge, that very edge of being like the perfect balance between Dragon and Tamiya, and then they go and oversimplify something. Is that Alley Girl? That is. Get in your box. Good girl. Good girl.
Hence, Cat 7854 said some new models are doing a cheaper version of what appears to be the mini rolls.
That'd be nice. Because doesn't the Meng Shilka have ammo trays in it too, where Dragon kind of dropped the ball on that back in the 90s? Hey, model student. Yeah, you're only missing about an hour and a half so far. Cleaning the wash off my Humvee and working on the recovery LAV. I think the only major difference between yours and this one is yours is 6-wheel. You said Bush. And I'm sure we're going to get that one person, oh, that's not the right camo for it. Actually, it is. I found one picture of it, 4 bumpers, 4-hole bumper, wearing desert camo. And I still put more money into savings for the big one. If I'm supposed to have one, I'll be able to get it. I'll be able to do it. If I'm not supposed to have one, oh well. That almost makes it worth it, but not quite. I've been in a Shilka. They're tiny. Yeah, so you've got, don't you have the Husky, the recovery vehicle? It's 6-wheel. And the LAV 3 to you guys is what we call the Striker with a turret. What they call the LAV 3 to the Marines is actually the LAV 25A2. It gets complicated. No, just the wife talked to me because she heard me that day, and you know, she gets it. Because I'm trying to stay in a good mindset about it, but I also can't deny my own physical difficulties. So, but you guys were there for that stream. We're not going to get back down into that pit.
Student 20 said that one looks really nice up in the corner.
Well, that's the one I finished a few months ago. I streamed most of it. And that is the LAV 25 Service Life Extension Program Kit, so SLEP. It has the same wider tires as the A2. But the A2 has a slightly different hull where it's got, I think it's ceramic, I'm not sure, but it's got some added armor plating to the hull. Which changes the details and shape slightly. I believe underneath it's the same basic aluminum armor hull, but I could be wrong there too. And some of the external equipment's mounted differently.
At the model student 20 said, yeah, that looks really good.
Okay, Allie's still up here. I thought I saw Frankie out of the corner of my eye. Okay, that stuff's still too dark to use. Okay. I still have to paint the frickin' seat cushions on this. I forgot about that. I'm an idiot. I'm not going to have the doors open, but I know at least those will be visible through the windows.
At the model student 20 said, I'm kinda shopping for 2 more Russian vehicles for my diary and thinking about making one of them a desert.
Try. I got it. Give me a second. Oh, where did it go? Trumpeter makes a BRDM-2 with the Strela 10 rocket system on top. I think it's called the SA-9, but I can't be sure. It's a 4-wheel, I believe amphibious. No, I'm not. I haven't had any leftovers. I've been working the past 2 days. I haven't had time to do anything like that. But if you just want another vehicle on the ground, then yeah, get the Trumpeter BRDM series kits. You can get the Conkers for $31 US on Amazon right now. And I believe they have a pretty extensive interior. Hey, Shayo. You're a model student. Okay, it's a link for... Wow. Okay. Give me a second, I'll just put it straight into YouTube. Okay, it's too long for that too. Okay. The link is too long. So go to Amazon and just look up Trumpeter BRDM and you'll have plenty there. Yep, there is the Brem. Isn't it the the T-72 based engineering vehicle.
At Panzer Cat 7854 said that the RDM family has an interior also.
That's why I was suggesting it, so you could like leave doors and stuff open and populate the scene a bit better. Just be sure you don't overcrowd it. You could also run that risk with too many vehicles.
At Panzer Cat 7854 said yes T-72 family.
I'm trying not to move in on the Russian side of stuff like that just yet. And I'm probably not going to do any kind of stowage or anything on this either, because at this point it was literally just a tech demo slash demonstrator vehicle. It was never even presented like it was a possible field use. I only have one picture of one of the demonstration vehicles ever being fitted out with like kit bags in the NATO 3 color, and that's the Desert Patrol version, so called by Italy. Okay, did I get this cleaned up? I did. Alright, I'm gonna bust out the flat coat. We'll get this sealed up and curing and get back to the LAV. My wife so graciously stopped and got me a brand new bottle, but I want to find the old one and finish that up first. There it is.
Panzer Cat 7854 said y'all have always been a great family, so we have been entirely armed.
Oh, I like it too. Like, there's tons I still have to do to my my IDF M109. It's just really big, and I don't feel like dealing with it right now. And I still have stuff to add to my Merkava M. Both of those are in 16th scale, so the Merkava 4 and the 109. If I can ever get my FDM printer going, I might print a Nommer. I've also got an IDF think it's Magok 6. But it's the early one with the M60A1 turret, not the later ones with reactive armor. I mean, it's got reactive armor on it, but it's not an A. Yeah, it's not an A1 turret. No, I'll be doing my Nommer in 16th scale. There's an individual on Cults 3D who does files for RC tanks that has one. Yeah, that sharpened up a lot after the dull coat too. We're not going to weather this up much either. We might just make it look a little dusty and dust up the wheels and lower hull or lower chassis, and that's it. That video I linked to one of the last streams that showed all the test vehicles going through the water. If you look in the background, this is one of the test vehicles going through that little river test stream thing. You have what narrowed down to 3? Yeah, the one I would like to get see if it comes up. Well, that's why I keep my 1/16 scale stuff RC, because 9 times out of 10, like the Weasels, I'll give them a pass because they're small. But if it's going to be a big tank, it's going to run and it's going to roll, and I'll be able to take it outside and use it. I know what you need. You need a Maz 537 with the trailer. You need the tank recovery vehicle with the trailer. And then we need to find an AN2 Colt to put on the trailer to recreate that picture of the gigantic Russian biplane being put on the gigantic Russian tank transporter and dwarfing the tank transporter. You're kidding. You just ordered the 537 transporter? Geez, I was sweating pulling the trigger on ordering the LAV C2 yesterday. That was after I put money into savings. Oh, that's just a little guy. Did you get the 537 with the trailer, or did you get just the cargo version of it? It's not really a cargo version, it's where they put weight for towing stuff. I'm still trying to find the one I'd like to get on here. I had it up the other day. Maybe I put it in my lists. Let me see. But yeah, Trumpeter does the SA13 Gopher or Strela 10 in 35th scale. It's better than the Skiff kit. And part of me wants it now. That BTR-80 is also nice at 54 bucks. I could have sworn I put the Strela in here. I know the guy in the UK who's got the GoldenEye T55s. And at the time I knew him, he also had the Jeeps from GoldenEye as well, the stunt vehicles and stuff. One of them was in pretty rough shape. Can you send a link for that? Because that might be World War II. I think that wasn't that the license-built Caterpillar? Ooh, the Nagmachon's dropped in price. And it's the Doghouse 2 version with the bar armor. Oh. I've done it in 72nd scale, but it is really tempting in 35th. Yeah, I cannot find the Strela 10 on here at all. I'll find it later. If the link's too long, it won't post. If it is, don't worry about it. It probably wouldn't be beyond the realm of believability that you'd find a World War II Russian tractor in Afghanistan, though. Hell, they're finding First World War English bolt-action rifles over there still. Actually, before we get back to this LAV, let me put the silver down for the lights. Lights and reflectors. Which one? Strela 10? If I got that one though, I'd probably paint it up like the one in Behind Enemy Lines. Isn't the Ganef that huge thing? Because I know there's the S300/400. Let's get back to construction. Hi, Alley girl. You always look so grumpy. Yeah. Ow! Ow! She's got one of those permanent grumpy faces. I wanted to have a snack. Get some Ritz. Okay. I'm giving Amazon one last look for that Strela 10, or the SA13 as we call it. I know it's out there, I just also know it's going for stupid money on eBay right now. And I know it's not worth that much. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to worry about sag in the rear end, as nice as it would be. Because I'd have to change the geometry on every single axle, and I don't want to go through that. No, this is the Gopher, not the Ganef. It's the MTLB with the quad-mounted rocket tower on it. It's the Gopher in US parlance. It is the Strela 10 in actual Russian. I painted toilet paper fluorescent orange, then cut it to shape and folded it. This color, actually. Fluorescent red. And then I put the sand filters and washes all over it to tone it down and tie it in. I know it's the NATO name. It's the /US NATO, you know, Allied response. Just like how one of the MiGs was named a name that I can't say on Twitch or on YouTube. We named one of the MiGs after a bundle of sticks or a meatball. But if I say it, I could be banned. It depends on the shop you go to. If you're talking about local hobby shops, I honestly do Amazon and eBay for a lot of my stuff. I picked this one up off eBay for $29. eBay prices for the LAV series are averaging $25, $30. The C2 was $33 on Amazon, $35. It depends on the kit, really. Like some of the newer, the bigger stuff is going for like $150. When I know it's not too far off the mark, but it's on the high side. The one local shop I went to recently, I can't use them as a basis of comparison because their prices were so far off the mark on kits that have been sitting on their shelves for years now. It's like, yeah, I get it, inflation, but the shit's not gonna move if you keep moving the price up just because. You want to move it and make room, price it to get rid of it. But until then, you're not going to have the space for all the newfangled Mang and Tacom stuff and Border stuff coming out the woodwork. And it is literally coming out of the woodwork. I'm probably going to have to use the wheels as the alignment jig to do this when I finally put it all together. I'm getting it straight as I can, but the fit on this suspension's always been a little sloppy. But I honestly, I don't have any decently stocked hobby shops close enough to me. So a lot of what I get is off of, like I said, Amazon or eBay. Sprue Brothers, again, because I think they have a brick and mortar aside from their online services, their prices are too high. I've looked at comparable models, and yeah. Well, part of it is also there's probably some gouging going on due to a false scarcity, because Stevens International is closing up. So Stevens isn't there to be a competitor for Squadron or anybody else anymore, or to import these things. Honestly, I can't say I'm terribly sad, because Stevens is also one of the culprits of the last major price hike back in 2008-9. So they didn't help things. But yeah, now that I'm older, I have my printer. The more stuff becomes available in print form, I'm probably going to be printing it. Or I'll just keep looking for good deals on the older kits. I have one Ryefield kit. It was given to me, and I honestly gotta say it's over-engineered for what it is. But that's one of their earlier models. Somebody gifted me the Burj Tiger, and I'm tigered out, so I wasn't really impressed by it. And I've seen the three big manufacturers do it better. Italeri, basic but acceptable for their Burj Tiger. Tamiya's Tigers, again, basic but acceptable. The earlier versions of Dragons, before they got really part crazy, were probably some of the best ones around. Sounds about right. Same thing in the U.S. since, like I said, Stevens closed, so we don't know who's doing it now. And I think Hobbyco's closing. And I think they were your importer over there. That was tart. Hi, Allie girl. Hey, little princess. Hey. Thing is, I'm not in the market for either of those hulls. You know, I'm interested more in late 80s, early 90s Cold War stuff. T-55 would fall in there. I'm just not interested in a T-55 right now. And if I was looking for one, I'd probably be okay with the Tamiya one. They're not terrible. I mean, it's an older kit, yes, but it would be enough to suit my fancy. Notice I haven't put the rudders on. But the older Tamiya kits are cheap as chips online right now. I may just knuckle under and buy the Sergeant York from them. I know it's an ancient model, but it's not terrible. Not anymore, they aren't. Yeah, if that's the only filling I have to do on this, I think there'd be a seam on the crane arm, but it won't be difficult. I can't remember if you can make the arm in different poses or if it has to be in that one straight out transport pose. Paper towel, where'd you go? Brush is clean. Okay, suspension is almost done. I need this piece. I think it still has the same problem of representing an empty hull, though. I heard both the Tamiya M48 and M60 kits suffer from that, as well as the Academy clones. But I'll look for it. Oh, come on. But Academy's kits are amazingly affordable still. Like the Viper that I just did, $40. When's the last time that you really saw a good quality 35th scale new, as in made in the last decade? It's amazing how time's flying lately. New helicopter kit go for $40 with photo etch and canopy masks, all that stuff. Yeah, it was. The only area I really had any trouble was, like I told you, on the rotors. They got some parts mixed up. So just test fit. Everything should slot right into place. If it's too long or too short in any way, it's because it's the wrong one. Yeah, it almost didn't fit in my turnstile for the short. Oh, fuck. That's okay, that came off. Which one was that? 22? I wish I had been able to stream more of it. Just once I was in the groove on that thing, I didn't stop. So after the start with the cockpit, getting the fuselage together, I just kept going after the stream that night. Are you still waiting on the pre-colored stuff for yours? Or the printed cockpit details, or whatever it was that you ordered? Where did that go? Fuck. There it is. That snapped off while I clipped it off the sprue, but that's okay. I can definitely say that Academy has come a long way from their Tamiya cloning days. They've definitely grown into their own company. And they copied Hasegawa. I heard that their 72nd scale A10 is essentially a copy of that. Did you get any snow yet, model student? We've had 3 or 4 inches here since last night. Most of it's melted off of the roadways. And you can see the difference. The 1025 is a 90s era kit, where the 1151 is a much more recent kit. And you can see where Academy copied Italeri for the most part, but still tried to do their own thing with it. And then by the time the 1151 came around, that's when they're full on designing and manufacturing their own. Yeah, I'm off tomorrow, so I don't have to deal with that. But it's going to be snowing again by the time I go into work on Tuesday. And it's supposed to get down below freezing at night. Usually they don't salt unless the roads are actually, like, covered. So as long as I take my time, I should be fine with posi traction. I only live, like, 2 miles from work. I learned to drive in snow in the same kind of car I've got right now anyway. I'd do the 1151. The 1025 as it's represented in that kit is a first Gulf War where the Viper is new. So the 1151 would be more appropriate. Not that it matters. If you want to do the 1025, do the 1025. I think it was this rod that fits in these back axles. Let me see. Or I could be wrong. I honestly forget what I used. Nope, too big. Am I out of it and I'll have to be eyeballing it? Great. That's fine. Actually, I may be able to cut these off and reuse them. I'll just go with that. Yeah, the biggest giveaway to whether your Humvee model is first Gulf War or more modern is after 92, I think it was when they started doing the first upgrade. If it's first Gulf War, it should have these mirrors, or older. So like Granada, or not Granada, it wasn't Panama. Yeah, Operation Just Cause, 89. So Panama, Granada, this thing didn't exist outside of testing. So these mirrors are Gulf War and earlier. And then the other mirrors that are on the D frame, the larger mirrors, those are post Gulf War. Let's start gluing some big bits on. Is that it for this music? Nope. It's getting close though. But those mirrors could be anything from the mid-90s all the way up till today. And even then the vehicles could be slightly different in them. I don't know if you caught it when I was building the 998. I actually stole the extra set of mirrors from the 1151 kit and put them on it. I just looked up which ones the kit needed and which ones that didn't get used and used them. Yeah, Trumpeter's good, but a little crude. Hobby Boss is essentially the same designers as Trumpeter, just a different name. Slightly more refined and partsy. Mang and Tacom are where it really starts to get fuzzy. I don't know, something about building their kits just feels weird. Like, I like the Weasels, but they felt really chunky. And not in a good way. Like, the Viper felt chunky, but it was a good chunky. Like, it had fine detail, but the parts were solid, you know? You knew nothing was going wrong with those parts. I've only built a couple of theirs, and the same thing. Like, in one moment they'll oversimplify something, and then the next moment they will tiny part the hell out of it. And it's like, come on guys, your kits are giving me whiplash here. Who, me or model student? I hate to say it, mine was the Wartunes Tiger one. I almost wanted to get a couple more, one of the Tigers and one of the Shermans, and do a like a cartoon version of the scene from Kelly's Heroes where the tiger's stuck in the alley and gets hit with the paint. I've actually got some Zukimura kits, but they are not what you'd expect. Because they're all... That's just another, like, sub-brand of Tacom. Or not Tacom. God, what's their fucking name? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. I've got two of their kits sitting back here. Oh. Volks. They're all subsidiaries of Volks. But if you look at some of their newer 5-star stories kits, like the Lead Mirage version 3, it actually says it's manufactured by them. Do I build these with extensions or no? Because I want to have the crane out. I don't want to have it... I'll save these till last and think on that. So if I need to, I can cut the plate off the bottom and put the rod in. Let's see, am I fucking blind? Oh, the series goes all the way back to the 80s. And there was only one film produced based on the manga. And they're not suits, they are, like, they're bigger than Gundam. In terms of, like, scale comparison. Because their kits are the same equivalent scale to the, the Master Grade Gundam kits. And they dwarf Master Grade. I got the LAV Mirage I found for a steal. It's normally like $500 to $600. I got it for under that. So. Yeah, you can find it on Internet Archive. It was only ever subtitled, but the remastered version of the 5-star stories is there, and it covers essentially the first part of the manga that introduces like the world and the events and how things work there. It covers the first volume almost frame for frame. If I could get one of their aircraft kits, though, the Super Wing series, it would be the HE-219. More weird music. Do I want this one, or will it get annoying? We'll give it a second. Trying to keep my bearings on this. got a little overzealous with the glue there and pushed on it. So we're just cleaning that out. And actually, before I get any more crazy with the top details, where's the brush I normally use for that? Is that this one? Yeah. Anti-slip. What's gonna go okay? Oh. Yeah, I think I'm forcing myself to avoid the hind build for right now. I went too heavy with the initial pass. Gotta keep doing this until it evaporates a bit more. Yeah, main kits are usually pretty trouble-free. Like I said, it's like you get tonal whiplash from how they'll design one part really crudely and simply, and then the next part will be, you know, early 2000s DML level overcomplicated. I'm already almost through with the cockpit. I've got to add some seat belts. And just got a couple more things before I close up the fuselage. And that's when the real fun begins. For me, anyway. Because I have to start reverse engineering how Jean painted it. I could have sworn I had a smaller stippling brush for tighter work. Oh, I do now. It's fine for the big stuff like this, but when I go to do like around all the hatches, I want something smaller. Nope. I've only ever run across the one Verlinden cockpit set, and that's been out of production for years. And I can't even find that cockpit anywhere. And I think a long, long time ago, I think it was Aber made a photo etch set for it. But again, I don't think it sold well, so people just didn't bother. I don't remember the Hind getting bad reviews, but its release was kind of like, oh, it's here. When the fuck did that get released? Like, I'd heard that it was coming out, and then I go to the hobby shop back in Bury St. Edmunds, and it's suddenly there on the shelf. I'm like, this just got announced. What the hell's it doing here? And like, even the shop was like, we don't know. It just showed up in the latest shipment. Okay. Let me clean this brush out. You would think, but there really isn't. Oh, I've heard that a lot of the Verlinden stuff was actually just thrown out and destroyed. Somebody out there did get some of his production molds and masters, but a lot of them sadly just got destroyed. And plus, the Hind is 20 years old now, that particular kit. There may not be any demand for it anymore, even if somebody else had a cockpit or photo etch set. Because let's face it, how many people honestly have room for a 35th scale Mi-24 in their house? Okay, I'm getting a bit of shape back to this brush. Yeah, this is the smaller one I used to use. I just needed to clean it out. Looks like my last attempt using earth materials left some stuff in the ferrule. Oh, is the print complete? Okay. So, like, how I got that Verlinden set for the Stinger Humvee. I only got that because it was on eBay, you know? And it was the only one. Hey, Frank. Watch, he's going to jump up here because he wants to play fetch. And I don't have his poof. No, but a lot of the work on my Hind is going to be on the outside. Not so much with detailing, but just the overall paint scheme. And I do not expect to have it done in a short amount of time. I'm not even going to build the rotor assembly until the fuselage is done. That way, in case I don't finish it, I don't have to worry about the rotor getting damaged when I move. And even then, I'll probably make it so I can take it off and pack it like a record. And if you look, those might even just be for the 48th one. I don't think Edward ever did a color cockpit for 35th scale. You know which one I'm doing, don't you? Panzercat? Or model student? And to top it off, I don't even have decals or masks for doing the white Czech Air Force markings. I don't have that for doing the tail codes. Any of that. Hey Alex, where you been? Missed you the past few streams. Hope you're doing well. Oh, and Alex, we've added the same donation link from Twitch to here, so you don't have to go over there anymore. Yep, we're doing the Alien Hind once I get around to it. I might practice on doing one of the fuel tanks, because they have the facehugger straddling them, like they're holding them onto the airframe, and the front looks like the egg. I might practice just to make sure I've got the fidelity down. And that way, if I find out I don't have the control to do it, I can abandon that project. I'd like to not abandon it. That was my sole reason for buying that model in the first place. I just hope I can give it the contrast and visual depth that it should have. Because like we were talking, there's... Yeah, that's what we're building here is the recovery version. What was I going to say? Because there's that one that we both seen where somebody did do it, and they did a very good job at it. But it just still felt a little flat, like you didn't get the highlights or the shadows divided enough. And she's getting the resins. Okay, now that I've got this cleaned out, though, I can use this again. Because I find I get a better peaked effect with the bigger brush. I've got the command and control version on the way too, Alex. And a 251C half-trek. Well, that's the idea, because... And I'm not going to chintz out on the... I'm not going to chintz out on the clear coat either. I'm gonna see if I can get my hands on that two-part 2K stuff that you see the Japanese car modelers use. Because I want it to look as slick as the real thing does. But it also needs to be something that is non-solvent based, because I'm going to be using mostly acrylics. I'm going to use a few different mediums when I paint it, to be honest, just because of the different types of lines and effects I'll need. But it needs to be something rather benign. There we go, that's showing up good now. Have you been doing okay, Alex? I haven't seen you in a couple weeks. Just enjoying the downtime? Getting ready for winter over there? Do I have to tighten that camera back down? There we go. That's what I was thinking of getting, Panzercat. I just have to be sure it's not a solvent-based one with the hardener. It has to be a more... It can't be as aggressive in terms of the carrier. Because I'm going to be using Tamiya, Vallejo, Artist Oils, you name it. Even with the best primer, the wrong clear coat, bang, that'll crack. Actually, I'm done with this sprue. Except for these rudder pieces. And these rims are good because the tires are good. I'm just not using them this build. So I'll keep those. Gone. So there's C, B, E. That's why I was honestly considering more Tamiya, because I know my bases are going to be in Tamiya paints, and I know that their spray-on clear is compatible. I've sprayed their clear over everything and not had an issue. And I've gotten glass smooth results out of it too. My concern with the 2K stuff is the ones I've seen can still be a bit thick. And I don't want to bury a lot of the detail. Nice. Maybe that's what I should build next. I'd need to order the cockpit for it, but I've got an F-16C. And I think I have a Gripen. The project I've got in mind is going to take a while. Google Alien Hind. Let me see something real quick. Nope. I don't have a Gripen. I've just got that. The ancient SE kit. So, I couldn't remember which one I had. I'll have to look into them when I get closer to that stage. No, it isn't. I've done Splinter camo before. I've done Swedish Splinter camo before. I think everybody was afraid of that thing. It's just nasty looking. That and the Draken. Yeah, that's the paint job I'm going to be doing, Panzercat, so it's not going to be something I'm going to exactly rush through. And it'll also be something that is going to take quite a time. That turned out good and rough. So the research I've done, I have not found any sand versions of these, so I'm not going to be doing this one in sand. But I might do the command and communications one. Allie, you keep moving, you're going to knock the box off the table. Should I do this one in flight or on the ground, though? Because it's got some really crazy looking landing gear, too. The problem is getting Mr. Hobby over here right now. Just like Tamiya, they've got a label issue. I really wish I could have made this one with the doors open in the interior. Maybe we'll do that. I think we're definitely going to do that on the command and control one. I've got enough pictures that I can kind of fudge my way through it. Yeah, I always love the "it causes cancer in the state of California" excuse. It's like, well, stop bathing in it in California. What is it about the state of California that causes so much cancer? The overindulgence? I know you can get it on Amazon, but without being able to go in the shops and look at it, it's more difficult. And also, Amazon prices for paints right now are stupid. You think you're getting a good deal on a jar of Tamiya, only to see that they're trying to charge you $7 shipping. So, again, there's some unscrupulous shit going on in the market right now. So, trying to stick local with my stuff, and I know I can get Tamiya gloss in a can local at a good price. Really, these doors are gonna be the end of me today. Yeah, getting Mr. Hobby anywhere outside of Japan. Well, kind of like you always run into those old geezers. You know, they lived through 3 wars, smoked stogies every single day, ate bacon and eggs every single morning for breakfast. They're 90, and yet their grandson, who's 34, is the healthiest person alive, just died. You never know what's going to come for you. So just do it. You know that fireball's about 3,000 years removed, right? I'm kidding. We always give the model student crud for his little what-if ideas. Wouldn't be fun without it. Do what? I've lost the context for the do it. Because of the delay. No, I'm trying not to. Just gotta take one thing at a time, you know? And my brain just went poop on me. Well, Aries and my wife talked me out of dropping the grand plan, so I did put more money into savings for that. And she's recovered fine from her accident. And since I found the Mini Cooper that she has now, I got a little finder's fee payment on top of the money I loaned her to help get the car in a timely fashion. But we're still only a quarter of the way there. Oh, model student, has anyone commented on your Bushmaster for not having the divots on the lower rails and not having the vent on the side yet? It depends if I work that day or not. I wish I could. I personally cannot. Simply for the fact that feels selfish. Like, I've had friends suggest that I do a GoFundMe. I like to think that stuff gets reserved for people who actually need it, right? So, like, their engine blew up, or their house burned down, or they've got medical bills, things like that. for me to use GoFundMe or even do a fundraiser, like, I can't do it. I'm not going to stop anyone else from doing it. I just can't know about it. If you want to surprise me, but I can't know about it. How's that? That's the way I feel about that, and I think that's a good way to be. Like any large donations that have built up to factors over $100 on here, I put that into savings. You know, things like that. Thank you for the sub on the channel. Every little helps. We're almost at 700. Just want to see if we could beat that in the next month. Then after that, it'll be 1,000. But yeah, it would not feel right to me. I've seen that too, Leo. And I have a Warhammer subject coming up. It's going to be a little illegal. It's a 3D printed Town R. Like we were talking about, that's, you know, I am amazed. I mean, these were given to me, so fortunately I didn't fund his pockets with these. When you dry brush, you use your paint and you dry brush, right? To me, this is the height of arrogance in product making. Paint specifically for dry brushing. I use this more as a light block filler on Star Trek models. Works like caulking. It's just really thick acrylic paint. Outside of that, I don't use it. Somebody gave it to me. No worries, Panzer. And just like anybody else, I have good days, I have bad days. I try and be at my best. Sometimes you guys see me at my worst. I've already got half of it printed. I'm just doing it a little at a time. Right now I'm dedicated printing to another set of these wheels for the Command and Control LAV. So B25, B15. Hey Spark, how you doing? Excuse me. Yeah, but the Tau Nar in lore, supposedly... No, I'm not AI. If I was, it would be some pretty bad AI to make somebody as ugly as me, right? Hooray, self-depreciating humor. If you can't make fun of yourself, who can you make fun of? But that's what I mean. That just the fact that somebody thought that there had to be a paint formulated specifically for dry brushing that just reeks of arrogance and marketing. It's like, oh my god. It's like, it was about 8 years ago, maybe sooner. You can probably still look it up on YouTube. Who, me? I have a couple ship models. I might pull out the Enterprise, the aircraft carrier. I got a lot of photo etch work to do on that. It's the old Otaki kit, re-released by Revell over and over again. But it's the first iteration with the beehive. And I have a 35th scale Schnellboot. That thing is way too big. So, but yeah, I built a little of everything. No sailing ships yet. But that's more my father's forte. I might be inheriting some sailing ships. Oh, we got plenty naughty on here. You get plenty naughty on here, Alex. B-15. Some of your comments make my female figures blush. And that too, I am busy. Hence the name, but I thought of it when I started, and this is a long time ago. I mainly was on Twitch until very recently, and then the past, I think, year and a half, 2 years, I've started streaming on here. On YouTube and Twitch. Especially once Twitch allowed the dual streaming to happen, because it used to be you could not have your broadcast up on YouTube simultaneously with Twitch. And Twitch, if you did that, could actually block you and lock you and get you in trouble. But those days are gone, and now I'm simulcasting essentially. I was doing Kick, but I stopped that because, honestly, with their new policy, others say, oh, why the big deal? I think for me to get my payment, but I have to sign up for your selective service, really feels extortionate. So, we're not on Kick for the time being unless they change that policy. Damn right I'm an old geezer. I'm not the oldest geezer, though. There's geezers out there older than me. I think Model Student's one of them, but I can't be sure. I look older. B29. Model Student aged more gracefully than I did. How's that? I spent too much time in the sun. And we're going well over 3 hours today, but I'm actually in a really good mood. I'm having a really good day. I'm off tomorrow, so I'll be streaming again then. Do I think I'll get this ready for paint today? Hell no. But we're gonna give it the good old college try. No, I'm glad that y'all are here, though. You guys make it worth doing. Maybe one of these days I will make Alex's dream come true, and I'll get the actual files for the Julie Strain Fact 2 character and print her out and paint her. That I need CG Trader. Ooh. Pressure just changed. It off. I think this is the one. See, this one looks more like the heavy metal cover. This one actually looks more like her. But that's also not the one I get. Where did it go? 3D print. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find this character for Alex to see. I know the creator, I just don't know what he called it, so I just need to find the major. There. And see if it's available through him yet. I could have sworn it was. Oh, I guess it's not out yet. I could have sworn it was. Or maybe somebody tagged him in, he had to take it down for copyright reasons. Huh. I'll have to keep an eye out. Weird. Plus, catching it live, you get a more realistic... well, obviously you get a realistic response. It's better than just watching the stream and making comments. Because I still see the comments, and I look at them and reply to them if there's a need. But, yeah, there's just something about the interaction that is so much better than watching a VOD. Yeah, there's a couple different ones on CG Trader, but it's not the exact one I want. And I know the designer, and I've gotten files from him before. So, and thank you for that, Panzercat. And I hope your recovery goes well. And that the NHS doesn't cause you any issues. You know what? Last time I used the photo etch ones. This time I'm just going to go plastic. I am not screwing around with that again. what I gained from the photo etch was not much. It's D8. E? Which one's D again? D. There we go. The only thing I miss about streaming just on Twitch is being able to play regular music. Because the way that OBS works, I was able to program it so you wouldn't hear it on the VOD after the broadcast. If you were watching live, you would. And YouTube has such quick responses on music nowadays, you'll get alerts while you're streaming that you're getting copyright notifications. So I don't even bother with copyrightable music. But on Twitch, I can do that. To say, I know I'm not going dumb here again. And I was hoping to be on earlier today, but I woke up with some rather intense indigestion. So I had to make sure I was going to be safe before I came all the way down here. Alex! Thank you very much for that. You...
Julie Strain's pet. Tipped $30. Been a start December with a smile. Up to you where it goes. Love your streams. Alex.
It'll probably just go into savings for now. Or... which LAV would you like to see next? Because I've got, obviously, the standard one. We've got the recovery. Got the C2 on the way. So there's the anti-aircraft version, the anti-tank version, and what was the other one? The mortar version. The mortar has the benefit of having most of the interior. Because it's such a big open top that they had to put it in there. Or I can just hold on to it until I can find those Julie Strain files. But I've got so many figures I've got to finish still, it's ridiculous. I don't want to go printing anymore. At least these have boxes. Yeah, just some gut trouble. I'd have to look real quick, Alex. Give me a second. Come on. Hold on a sec. Okay. It's the 81mm M252. Because if I got the mortar version with the interior, I'd also want to do the engine bay on it. What better chance to have everything open? I was talking about this at the beginning of the stream. And then have it on display like at an air show or something. Because it used to be, back in the 80s and early 90s here in the US, you go to an air show and it wasn't just airplanes. Like, there would be everything. If it was a tank, it would be there. It would be more of a military show than just an air show. And that just doesn't happen anymore. Especially in the late 80s, right before they retired the Thunder Chief, you had so much shit there. F-106s, F-104s, F-105s, F-101s, F-16s, F-15s, F-111s of all types, A-6s, A-7s, you know. That's back when everything was still in use. Hi, Alley girl. Hi, pretty. Oh, there we go. Good Steuben Tiger. Yeah, good girl. She just did a prairie dog. Didn't Denmark just take a delivery of more CV90s? Thought I saw something on that. B-22 and 23... Well, here it's not so much that. We've just trimmed down the variety of equipment so radically in those years that it's all the same now. I mean, this is back when the Blue Angels were still flying A4s. The Thunderbirds were in F4s, transitioning to the F-16. You know? You're not going to see the A-10 anymore either. She's done. They're shutting down the depot here at Hill. No one's taking care of them anymore, so they're going to the boneyard. Oh, I think we know where the remaining ones are going to go. The same place everybody's old Abrams, Challengers, and Leopard 2s went right now. Got a flake of plastic in my mouth. Ew! Yep, and the moment they're missed, somebody will probably say we need to get a squadron of these back up now. Because in Afghanistan, they actually ran into a problem. They found areas even the A-10 couldn't go low and slow enough for. So back in the 1990s, they retired this little-known Marine Corps prop plane. What are you playing with in there? What? No, what do you have? Nope. Did you really just steal that tire out of my box and bring it over there to chew on it? Bad girl. Anyway. So they actually pulled the Bronco out of retirement, refurbished a few airframes, and put them back into service. So don't think if we run into a situation that we really need it, they won't do the same. I think the only other thing they could have done outside of putting the Bronco back into service, and it would have probably taken longer anyway, is to rearm the T-37. I still think the Bronco had plenty of life left in it, personally, but what do I know? It's just a neat plane. That was close. Almost tipped my glue again. Oh god, the Strike Master. While we're at it, let's just bring back the Dauntless. We need something that we can land and launch at sea. Let's bring back the Kingfisher. Or the PBY Catalina. And that was still a sight, going to the Evergreen Museum. And you actually see the cat before you see the spruce goose. And seeing a full PBY Catalina sitting underneath one of the tail planes of the spruce goose. Yep, you retired them, the Marines bought them. Now they have a few more years of parts before they get rid of all their Harriers. Because I don't think the Corps has gotten rid of them all yet. They're getting rid of some, but I don't think they got rid of them all yet. Yeah, the only kingfishers I ever saw in my life was... There was two at the time, but this is back in the 90s. The North Carolina Battleship Museum. Well, you know the German ace who was part of the Harrier test flying program? He was credited with 301 kills during the war, and he accidentally crashed one of the Harriers during testing. When they pulled him out, he said 302. Mm-hmm. This one's going to be a fun one. Ooh, excuse me. B30. I'm blind or stupid or both. There it is. Yeah. We're still flying the B-57. They have very specialized uses for us, but the US is still flying it. Hell, there's one in the museum across the street. You're probably right. Because it was one of the first jets designed after the Gloucester Meteor. But kind of like the B-52, it was designed in such a way and so ruggedly that they really couldn't replace it. Yeah, I'm not going to go into that too deeply, Panzercat, because it winds up getting into other politics. I'm not concerned about my nation's ability to wage a good fight, though. Because at the same time, with all that's going on, there was recently an airman that said some disparaging things and was immediately ejected from the Air Force. Well, George, you gotta look at it this way. Think about it in like World War II terms. How many of those women in those factories back in the 40s knew how to run a rivet gun? Knew how to polish aluminum? To measure and cut it? To assemble it? If we could train up that many people that quickly back then, we can do it again. If there is a necessity, we will find a way. I'm hoping it doesn't come to that, but we know we've done it before, we can do it again. People are capable of more than they give themselves credit for. They just need the proper motivation to discover it. Yeah, the Canberra was not a. You look at it now and it seems like it's a very heavy, slow thing. It was a very effective plane for what it did. If all our surplus doesn't get used up by a certain little upstart nation, yeah. Probably. But I think with you though, Panzercat, I think it'll be more Germany, because sounds like the UK has a lot of its contracts with KMW. Since have you guys taken delivery of the GTK Boxer yet? I heard that was coming soon for you. Something about the Warrior getting a little long in the tooth. But I think the UK's got more ties with Germany than it does with the US as far as supplying military aid right now. Yeah, something's coming. People always get on me for saying that, but I can feel it. Do I have to look at the Challenger 3? Yeah, first, change that name. The last time something was named Ajax, it was in Flash Gordon. Oh, it's been that way for a while. Didn't they even upgrade some of the Challenger 2s to the 120mm standard now? I know the 3 is supposed to have it from the get-go, but I could have sworn they threw in some Challenger 2s as well. Sorry. Clicked the wrong button. That's why I left stuff in the box alley, so you'd know not to get in it. No, we're not leaving, George. I just clicked the wrong button. Was she going after a tire? I think she just went to step on it and it slid out from under her. She was trying to get into her box, but she went to get into that one instead. She's... As far as cats go, she's clumsy as hell. That's not abnormal for her to do that stuff. She slips trying to jump up into bed. No, I think there might be a renewed interest in English-made vehicles now. For their own contracting. Go. Alright, where are we? Why do I get the feeling you guys are going to want me to build a Challenger 2 next? And if I do I put the full Dorchester kit on it? Do I make Megatron, you know? Well, part of Allie's problem is also she's got feline dwarfism. So her paws and her tail and everything are a lot shorter, so her balance is not good at all. She's literally half the size of all of our other cats. She's a good girl, though. A bit bossy, a bit bratty, but she's a good girl. Well, I think everybody got a bit snooty with their tank designs after the failure of the MBT-70 program. You could tell that America and Germany were kind of on the same page because they both designed extremely similar tanks that used a similar gun. And meanwhile, the only thing that England and America really had in common was the Chobham armor. Because at that point, the UK still used a rifled barrel. They didn't go for the smoothbore until now. So I think there are some butthurt designers out of the fallout of that program. Nope. And to be quite honest, the MBT-70 was an ugly tank. I've seen one of the prototypes. Ugh. Oh. No. The fact the M60 lasted until the 90s, which was a much better idea than fielding that thing. Alright, no worries. We may not be on by the time you get back because we are coming up on 4 hours and my butt's getting a little numb because I haven't taken a break in a while. And I want to let a little of this dry after I get these headlights assembled. And now Major Havoc comes back. Or he's been here the whole time and his computer just went into standby and he touched the mouse. I think everybody did experiment with them. We're the only ones that just stuck with it. Even the Russians experimented with gas turbines in one of their T-80 variants, I think. I should be on tomorrow. After that, I don't know exactly when because the next week's schedule isn't out. Given that it's a 5-day straight run, I'll try and get on during the weekdays. I just don't know how slammed we're going to be at work. Especially with the weather change, that usually causes some things to increase. So, yeah, let me get these installed and we'll wrap up here real quick. Then you can go walk your little pupper. Yeah, and I know that ain't happening easy. I just always found it interesting that during the past couple of years, there's still museum ships, and they're supposedly stricken from the record. But all of the Iowa-class battleships have gone back through some form of dry dock procedure. And no one's saying too much about it. You need to post something later. Like me, you've been too quiet since Thanksgiving Day. Again, I'm sorry for being so quiet, but I've had a time. Tomorrow we'll probably do a little. We'll start out with a little weathering on the Bushmaster, some detail painting, and probably move back into this. I'll feel more comfortable handling it after a lot of stuff is dried too. Yep, and they gave me a photo etch version for the base. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. It looks fine in plastic. I'm not dealing with the photo etch. I'm not dealing with the fiddly foldies. These will suffice for the headlights and turn signals. So far, it's really coming along. The only thing I might do off stream tonight is figure out some axles for the wheels, and that way we can work on mounting them. Actually, so I know the Missouri, Jersey, and I think it's the Whiskey are museums. Isn't the Iowa still in mothball? I forget. But I know the Missouri and the New Jersey are definitely 100% like museum ships. Fiddly foldies, yeah. I come up with all kinds of terms here. So, but yeah, this is looking fun. I just wish there was more of an interior. I could have had the doors open, had some tools out, made it look a bit more busy. But we'll think of something. We'll give it the business. But thanks everybody for watching, and thank you for the donation there, Alex, and Panzercat. Thank you for the sub on YouTube and the follow there. We're also on Twitch. If you look on the YouTube page, there's my links. You can go there. If you want to support the channel in the future, there's links there to do that too. So, thanks everybody for hanging out. Be sure you hit the like button too. YouTube's algorithm is still being a little fiddly fucky. And, yeah, liking, commenting, subscribing, all that usual stuff does help. I wish we didn't have to push it like that, but they're making us do it. So yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out, and I will be on tomorrow, probably around the same time, if not sooner.